Hello, everybody. So let's see. Holy shit! Wait. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Hello, Phil. Hello, Arvin. Uh, yeah, Morzine. I hope that we don't have to do much translacy. I hope that we don't have to do any translacy, but we'll see. I guess. Hello, Jim. Hello, Anton. Hello, everybody. A tip: I built the latest ZLS pre-built system rework, and it kind of works for jump to definition at least. Yes. Thank you. I think that is well, for standard library stuff. I think it should keep working even after the fact, because the standard library is well, at least in simple casing, at least in simple cases doesn't require any weird resolution. But yeah, hmm. we need to wait for Techatrix to make progress with that work. By the way, for people who are not following along on Zulip, there is a discussion about ZLS and the new Zig build system, and yeah, stuff is happening. So don't worry. Okay, what are we doing here? So yesterday we left off at I was looking into Super MD because I successfully upgraded Scripty, Ziggy, and Super HTML. But now there is another problem, which is that I updated. Sorry, and then the problem is that Super MD was the first project of the ones that we were looking at that relies on Translate C, but Translate C was already updated to a version of Zig that was not available yet to download from the download page. So I would need to compile it myself. But compiling it myself would require, would take time. Also, especially because I did not have LLVM 22 built on my computer. So I would have had to rely on the one in Brew. And the one in Brew, I think I have LLVM 22 from Brew, but I tried and it didn't work. So I tried to, I think I was missing LLD updated to version 22. And then it was as I was trying to do that, I got an error from Brew, which said that we were trying to access, we were trying to use the square brackets operator, so indexing into a nil object. So the square bracket method did not exist. So I don't know if I still have it around. In any case, Brew also let me down, so I ended up compiling LLVM myself, which took some time. Then I rebuilt Zig, and now I'm able to essentially get past the error that we were seeing yesterday. But that has also the side effect that some other API got changed in the meantime. Yay! So now turns out that get index is not marked pub. I hope to God that this is that there is another function and that they just not did privatize get index, because that is useful. That is really useful. So I don't know. We need to learn what's up with that. Worst case, I'm vendoring in my code an implementation of sets. I think these are like bit sets. How does Zig's async parallels Java's virtual threads, source level threads, but runtime managed? I gave a talk on this subject, and man, I wish it was published, because then I would be able to link you to that talk. Because that like it's not like I'm kind of mentioning it, touching upon it in a talk where I talk about stuff in general. No, it's entirely dedicated to Ziggy async. But so I'll give you the short version of it, and then hopefully this stuff will come out sooner than later. But the idea is, in Zig, async is a interface that can be implemented as multiple models, not just different implementations, But also these implementations can use different concurrency models. So um, there is a multi-threaded IO of the multi-threaded implementation of the IO interface. When you use that implementation and you call io.async to launch a task, without blocking to wait for it, and then that gives you a future that then you can await afterwards. If you're using IO, the multi-threaded implementation, then io.async will spawn a thread for that task. Conceptually, in reality, there's a thread pool, so the implementation will have obvious optimizations in it. But conceptually, you can think of it as this thing is going to run on a new OS thread. Then there is a green thread implementation of IO, and that probably is closer to what you are describing here. Again, I'm not a Java expert, but this sounds like green threads. And so again, you call io.async, and that schedules the function that you pass to it on a new green thread. That is somewhat similar to OS threads in some ways. Well, actually, in many ways. But it is a different implementation because green threads, you expect to be able to have more green threads than OS threads, flying around at the same time. And mechanically, they work in a different way. You have an event loop when you have green threads. When you have multi-threaded code, you don't need an event loop. There is a proposal to add back to the language a built-in /keyword to reintroduce the ability to have stackless coroutines in the language. So green threads and multi-threading, you don't need language support for those. Well, for green threads, you need the ability to do inline assembly. That's it. For stackless coroutines instead, stackless coroutines are like something that is more invasive. Stackless coroutines are essentially the compiler rewriting your code to make it pausable, so that your code can be paused and then resumed afterwards. Never, don't worry if that doesn't mean much to you in practice. But in any case, it is a more invasive feature, and that does require language support. The language needs to support it, and we don't have currently support for it. We used to have it before Zig was self-hosted, so we already had it in the past. It's just that that implementation never got ported to the self-hosted compiler, and the idea is to have it make a return with some change details in implementation and a slightly different interface. But most importantly, the key point is that implementation of stackless coroutines will essentially, I don't know what I was trying to say, essentially only be the yield keyword. Like if you have experience with JavaScript or Python where you have the yield keyword, it's essentially going to be just yield. The language will only support yield. There's not going to be an async and an await keywords. The way it will work is that there's going to be yield as the, let's say, low-level primitive for implementing, let's say, coroutines. And then you will still use io.async and future.await, which are functions that are part of the IO interface. And so the idea is that, you can, you will write a library that uses, already today, you write libraries against the IO interface. So if you want to open a file, you do io.dir. CWD, opendir, that kind of stuff. And then it will be up to the implementation which concurrency model to use. So long story short, the plan is to have it all. Literally, have your cake and eat it too. That is literally the plan, which seems very achievable. But for now, it is multi-threading or alternatively green threads. The green threads implementation is not complete yet. Actually, the latest released tagged version of Zig doesn't have a functioning implementation of green threads. That implementation of the IO interface is still work in progress. It's because it's more multifaceted than multi-threading, because you have to implement it for a variety of non-blocking OS APIs, IO ring, KQ, EPOL, blah blah blah. And at the same time, also you need to implement context switching also for a variety of architectures, because you need to do CPU snapshotting. The green implementation, you said, does Zig manage threading? But it requires heavy lifting on the runtime to make it work, or the OS? Green thread, by definition, means that it is managed by the application. So you have IEM, but it requires heavy lifting on the runtime to make it work. Yeah, I think the answer is yes, but I think that is kind of what you always want with green threads. So, so the idea is, oh, to be fair, you could have green threads that run over only one OS thread. Sure, but that's not our, or rather, you can have that with our implementation if you limit the thread pool to a size 1. But the idea is that the green thread implementation will support multiplexing green threads over a thread pool. So you have a limited number of OS threads that will run green threads, and a green thread gets scheduled on it, then it will yield, and then another green thread is scheduled on that same OS thread, and back and forth. That being said, there's also the problem that in a variety of cases, you kind of need to have special one-off threads that you need to spawn separately to compensate for example, OS limitations. Like there are some, like on Linux, I believe that file IO, unless you're using IO Uring, I believe that file IO is problematic, and you kind of want to have a, you want to use, instead of using EPOL, for example, even if you're using EPOL for the rest of the stuff that you do, for file IO, you still want to do essentially multi-threading. So there's a bunch of dirty details, the nitty gritty. But yeah, this is the, generally speaking, the model. Which, by the way, as I said, our implementation will allow you to reduce the size of the thread pool. I believe there, unless there's a practical reason to prevent you from lowering it all the way to just one thread, it will. You should be able to do it. But regardless, it's an implementation, so you're also allowed to bring your own implementation. So if you want to have an implementation that is specialized for the single OS threaded use case, then yeah, you can totally make your own. Hi, Loris. In a stream a couple of weeks ago, it seems like the fuzzing features has some problems. What's the status now? Is it usable now, or is it under development? I would say that it is under development. So the way it is in the tagged version of Zig, so 0.16, if you try to run the fuzzer naively, I believe you will get a crash, because I don't remember exactly what's going on there. But fuzzing a debug build of your tests, of your fuzzing tests, will cause something to go wrong in the fuzzer, but that's annoying. But it is also not that big of a deal, because you do not fuzz debug builds of your software. You fuzz release safe builds of your software. By the way, for people who are kind of like fuzz curious but don't have direct experience, the main strength of fuzzing is the fact that it can do a lot of iterations per second, plus ideally the fact that the fuzzer can observe state changes in your program if your program has been instrumented, which will be the case. So you want coverage guided fuzzing, but also ideally you want a fuzzer run, like an iteration, to be really fast, so that you can have a bajillion per second. They can kind of sniff out when they get into new states in your program, so they are able essentially to prioritize search within what would otherwise be normally a pretty big space, and that way they do a lot of good work. So what is the problem with our implementation right now? Sorry, and so that is to say that you want release safe for that. You want to keep the asserts in so that they can trip, but you do want the optimizations that you wouldn't get if you were to make a debug build. So if with 0.16 you fuzz a release safe build of your stuff, it should work. But I personally believe that our fuzzer right now is just not good enough at prioritizing and essentially evaluating what is the next state that it is important to explore. So in my tests, it's just strictly like significantly worse than AFL at that. And so if I were to fuzz my stuff, like I was trying it a few weeks ago, but if I was looking for a fuzzer to fuzz my stuff today, I would still want to use AFL, even though AFL has a super annoying setup and system dependencies, and it's just annoying all around. I don't think we're quite there yet. That being said, it's on the pile of things to do. So I think that after 0.17 is out, I will have for sure the time to start a discussion around this stuff based on my experience and my opinions. The main author of the fuzzer work has been I forget his actual name, but the nickname is Goon Creeper, which is kind of a funny nickname. But in any case, our fellow Goon Creeper has done a lot of good work in the fuzzer. I just think that it needs a little bit more before it can really be useful. That being said, if you make a release safe build of your stuff, you can use it today. And, maybe that's already good enough to find something in your program. But I would not consider it competitive with AFL quite yet. Goon Creeper fuzzing my nasty little code. Yes. Oh, man. Okay. Is Zig's official C support essentially just going to be object files? What makes you say that? So I think the answer is no, but I'm also curious what got you to that conclusion. So at the level of compilation, the answer is no, because Zig does support linking object files, but it also supports static archives. So if you have a .a or .lib archive, that's still gonna work fine. You can link against dynamic libraries, so DLLs or .so or .dylib on macOS. So the whole C set of things, it's all supported. When it comes to automatically translating header files, the language built-in features are being removed so that the language doesn't have to be spec. Like the language specification doesn't have to include how translation of C headers is in the language, because previously we had @c include, right? @c import and then C includes define, right? And that was part of the language. That has gone away, but the functionality is still available as translate C. And even before, @c import was essentially a interface within the programming language that gave you access to the Zig translate C subcommand. So essentially what's happening is that translate C is being pulled out of the language, but it still remains in the tool chain. So you still have Zig translate C as a subcommand. There is a you know what? Maybe that will go away as the subcommand, but there is a library which is in the official Zig organization. So where am I going? Codeberg. Hello, Codeberg. Ziglang. Yeah, translate C. So this is now an official Zig package that implements those changes. So So long story short, a few things have moved around, uh, but and you could argue that it is more convenient to use C import than it is to set up this in the build system. But there are some clear advantages. One is that C import had a huge foot gun. Basically, when you were using C import and you wanted to import, foo.h, what you had to do, like to use C import correctly, you would have to have one file that contained the C import statement that imported, well, that then C included foo.h. And you should have only one of those, because if you put C import, if you C import the same header file from two inside of two different Zig files, so you just have C import here and C import there, what would happen is that those things would happen, like those imports would be processed independently, and the type definitions would not match, in the sense that, yes, the types would have the same exact shape, but Zig doesn't have structural typing. Zig has, I don't know what to call it, like, non-structural typing, identity typing, in the sense that two structs that have the same shape are not the same type. So those would essentially be end up being different definitions. So you were supposed to put your C imports in one file and then import that Zig file everywhere it was needed. So that's one foot gun that is gone. The second thing is that by being part of the build system, you get the opportunity to also have extra options, extra like personalization on the way you want to import stuff that you did not have with C include, and that you probably would not have gotten if that language feature stayed there, because adding features there means complicating the language. And so ultimately, it might not seem like much, but it is good to have the language specification just not be dependent on the grammar and the way that header files work in C. So long story short, your use case is still covered. It just changed how it's done. It's a little bit more less immediate, but you get cool stuff that you can do that you didn't have before. Like, for example, this one is so handy. I faced this myself. This is such a stupid C thing, and it's nice that it's. I'm not gonna get into it. It's just a super annoying C thing. I think that another feature that they want to implement is stripping prefixes from function names. So when you do, I want to import, I don't know, like, let me think of a library like Opus. I'm using Opus, the audio codec. And so every function inside of Opus is prefixed by Opus underscore. But then if you import this module as Opus, you don't want to do opus underscore foo, opus underscore create the coder. You just want to do opus dot create the coder. And so, so it's not implemented yet. And I cannot promise that it will be feature that will be, that actually will make it into this package. But there is, at the very least, a discussion and a proposal to also add that, which I think it's nice. It's funny because that's the ability to like strip prefixes is one of the oldest issues that I opened for Zig. Let me see if actually it might have been transferred, but not here. Oh, so okay, so somebody has experienced it. Let's see, what else are people saying? There's a PR up to re-export get index on, man. And sometimes C is being moved to a package. Yeah. It is a little bit less convenient than it was before. But it's not the end of the day. I do think that handling of C header files is better placed in the build system than in the language. I will, though, 100% agree that it is more convenient in the language. It is more convenient, but it is less appropriate. Case in point, that foot gun plus other minor things. I wonder if it would also be possible to transfer comments. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I mean, it depends on ROCC, how complicated the ROCC compiler wants it to make it, but imagine importing foreign functions from other languages. Translate Odin when translate Jai. Um, I don't know. I don't know if those will happen. The thing is, C has a lot of important and foundational libraries written in it. Hard to say the same for these other two languages. Hard to say the same for Zig itself. Um, Also, like, how do you even implement translate Jai? It's like you don't even know what how Jai works. Like, those languages would need to have a spec for to even begin thinking about something like this. Um, and then and then never mind the spec. What is like? I can't even have access to translate Jai. Although you know what, maybe we could use OpenJai as the we could use OpenJai as the starting point. By the way, this project cracks me up so hard. So OpenJai is an open source implementation effort for a Jai style systems programming language and compiler. The project is guided by blah blah blah, and the current Bootstrap compiler is implemented in Zig under Bootstrap. So somebody made a open source, a publicly available, open source, vibe coded, bootstrapped in Zig Jai compiler. Like, if you're trying to give Jonathan Blow a heart attack, this is it. Like, this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate troll. Like, there is nothing you can do to make this project worse, according to him. So for me, this is like masterful, absolutely masterful, absolutely masterful. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna start typing. So we need to go in Super HTML and do Zig1 build test. We don't even need to fork anything. And yes, we're gonna hit this problem. So what happened to get index? What happened? What did they do to my boy get index? Exit bit set. Okay, let's find get index everywhere. Oh, we are like murdering flow. Oh no, arrow is unbound. Oh, you can't move the cursor in there. Never mind. Oh, is that a hash map? Yeah, it's a hash map. And get index is not public anymore. No, bro. Why do you do this? Who did this? Bad, bad, bad language. Not good. Not good. Bad language. Codeberg. So there's a PR for it. Yes, please. Thank you, Squeak. Google doesn't return it. If you search open space Jai, you will find it. That's how I got there. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. It has a use case as a minimal perfect hash. As long as it's known that the return index does not correspond to the input KVS list, but rather the generic KVS field. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, in case there is any further doubt on the utility of keeping this function public. Can you change that when he made subcommand lookup into a static string map? Mm-hmm. A static string map. Is that a new thing? Because to be fair, my strings are static. Hello, Rocker Rager. My strings are static. Are you saying that static string map is fine? I see array hash map that has a pub thing. Oh, here we go, static string map. Oh, but then, yeah, this one is not pub. Actually, you know what? Maybe my things were already static string maps, and I don't even remember what I'm doing. You know what? Let's go spelunking. So Z1 build test. You know what? We can even do Z build test. Watch. Let's do watch. And let's go attribute. So set.get index. So what's set? What's a set? This is a set. A static string hash map with equal. So yes, I was already using static string hash map, and I'm just forgetting that that's what I'm doing. Well, this fucking sucks because this fucking okay. It's not the end of the world. On one hand, it fucking sucks because how do we make this right? Well, to make it right, you kind of have to copy out the implementation of get index, and then adjust all usage of it. That's annoying. And you know that it's a temporary thing because in any case that PR is gonna make it pub again, and in any case I would I would lobby to keep this function public. And if it turns out that there's a good reason to not keep it public, is because it should be a different approach. So like there are different approaches that are preferable to what I was doing here. In which case, then I would want to change my implementation anyway. So long story short, this is just a waste of time. But we can have a good temporary workaround, which is the following: we patch our stdlib, and that's it. We just patch our stdlib, period. And obviously that means that I cannot push this and keep it working for everybody else, because that's not going to work. They are not going to have my patches on the library, but it's good enough for me to make progress locally. So with this in place, then super html builds correctly, and so we can go to supermd. And life goes on. So now we can go here. Previously, when I run this command, it would complain about the error in super HTML that we were looking at before, but now it's not going to complain anymore. So I'm going to be able to make some progress. Hopefully this PR doesn't take too long to be merged. So yeah. Hey, Scott. I woke up way too early. Oh no. As opposed to the usual way too late. So I've caught a stream instead of waking up to a notification about the stream that has already ended. Well, welcome. I'm happy to keep you company while you, I don't know, try to get your day started or something. Could be worse though. What is it? What is this? 6 a.m., 7 a.m.? That's not bad. No filling decals. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're back to fixing metaprogramming code. So let's go do that. Utils. Okay, so decals, what do we get from here? Decal name. All of them is just decal name. So they're all decal name now. Okay, next problem. Watch. If it's static, wouldn't string to enum be an alternative? Oh wait, that was it? That was it? Apparently that was it. Huh. Hello, chat. I recently saw Andrew Kelly's video on the JetBrains channel. Was amazed by it. Welcome. Hi, Fluffy Panda. Welcome to, I don't know, the Z community. Yeah, that's how we're all around here. I mean, Andrew is Andrew. Other people are other people. But the stuff that he mentioned in the video are things that are generally well understood and shared by the Z community. Again, different people will have different opinions. For example, especially when it comes to LLM usage, Andrew is, Andrew, I believe, is objectively right when it comes to not wanting to use LLMs for the Zig compiler project. Some people will disagree, but I think that the people that disagree just do not have the visibility, the information that we have about how the project actually works for real. It's our business. We understand our business better than other people, understandably. And so I think that is an objectively right decision. But then obviously he has his own, sensibilities, and he doesn't like LLMs much. Other people in the community like LLMs a lot more, and you can do whatever you want with your project. At the same time, other people have a right to be skeptical and a bit mistrustful if they see that your project is vibe coded, because there's plenty of vibe coded projects that look very cool on the surface, but then they are not really cool at all once you go past the README. And so it makes sense for people to be a bit skittish when it comes to this stuff. But setting that aside, it's all well and good. Everybody does whatever they want with their project, and I think that is mostly it. Ultimately, what we care about is making good software. So you decide what are the most appropriate tools for you, and what matters is, are you trying to make good software, or as opposed to, not just buggy software, but also as opposed to even user hostile software, because out there's a lot of people that just straight up are fine with making user hostile software. That is a thing that we do not like much in the Z community, and you will be called out for it. Uh, I'm just saying this as a general introduction, but obviously what happens is that normally individuals are not really out there making, user hostile software, twirling their evil mustache. um, but that kind of stuff does tend to happen a lot in practice when it comes to business ventures, especially the ones that get VC money. Although that's not always the case. Do-do-do-do-doom. So not everything is a one-to-one with Andrew's opinions, but I would say for the things that matter, which is, making the software, trying to build a community of people that are competent and curious and etc. That part, yes, for sure. Uh, so okay, this is working. That is amazing. Although I think that my test. Hello, Calder. Good morning. I think that my tests don't cover everything in SuperMD, so the real test for SuperMD now is going to be jumping back into Zine. Yeah, there we go. Here's Rocco Rager outing himself. I use AI a lot. Yeah, and you're not the only one. I mean, one Ghosty also uses Mitchell uses LLMs, and also I'm guessing he's not the only one. I'm guessing the same, at least to varying degrees, applies to his collaborators. And I don't know. So far, Ghosty seems awesome, and Ghosty also, as of today, so I don't know the future, what the future will hold, but Mitchell has been doing agentic coding for a while now, and so far the only vulnerabilities that have been reported for Ghosty, so the ones that have CVEs, are two CVEs about essentially putting escape codes in the tab title, and the one in I think it was in the copy paste buffer. So somebody could technically make you copy paste malicious code that then, when pasted, would put in escape codes and then execute commands. Both are fixed, obviously. But the thing is, neither of them is a memory vulnerability bug. So far so good. Turns out that not only you can make software that doesn't have memory vulnerabilities in Zig, but apparently you can pull that off also if you do agentic coding, as long as you keep your feet on the ground and you know what you're doing, and you're like just not forgetting that you're doing engineering. It seems to me, that Mitchell is like very well grounded, like extremely well grounded when it comes to this stuff. Also in the type of things that he says, like on social media. I just cannot say the same of the vast majority of the other things that I see on social media. There are a lot of people who are like literally going insane with AI, and that's kind of sad to see, because I don't know. I don't mean to say this in a particularly elitist manner, because I've been learning this stuff as I go, like everybody else. And I'm a bioinformatician. I've never done lower level programming before joining the Z community, or rather, like not for real. I've done like toy projects in C, that kind of stuff. But um, I think we are discovering that there are a lot of people who really, really have uh, a lot of Dunning-Kruger when it comes to programming. Let me just put it that way. And AI is like exacerbating that problem a lot for those people. So that being said, I hope that everybody here is having a good time. I hope, Roco Rager, that you're having a good time overall. And also setting aside, setting aside my rant on AI, like I hope that you are like finding a good life balance, life work balance, because I heard that one thing that sometimes happens with people that do agentic coding is that essentially what happens is that they just ramp up the amount of things that they do at the same time, and like that they keep juggling, and because they can now, because the machine is doing a bunch of grunt work automatically, and so they end up like burning out because they uh in a sense do ramp up productivity, but in a way that is not sustainable, even though it's not just them like typing furiously 10x, but the mental strain is still there. Especially if you don't like give up control. Like if you give up control and you just let the agent do whatever the fuck he wants, and then you merge without even having a smidge of critical thinking when it comes to it, like you don't even review the code, for example, then yeah, sure, you can probably 200x, but yeah, if you keep control over stuff, you probably as a human you will not be able to keep up to the maximum theoretical thing that the thing can do, especially if you spawn like a bajillion of them that run in parallel. So if you have a link about this flat hub stuff, I'm curious. I actually don't even know what flat hub is. Did you? I don't even remember you saying anything particularly crazy, but don't worry. Generative AI policy. This policy applies to both the application being submitted to FlatHub and the Flat. Okay, what is? Wait, one step back. What the heck is FlatHub? That does not help. Okay, they have links to everything except flathub.org itself. So let's go there, and then I'll go back. Is that GitHub? Are we talking about AI? Yes, we are. Welcome. What is this thing? I still don't understand what's FlatHub. Wait, let me highlight Andrew Krevsky's stuff. Package repository for Flatpak. Oh, I get it. Okay, I get it now. Okay, there we go. Flathub solution itself, including manifest metadata, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Applications containing AI-generated or AI-assisted code or documentation or other content are not allowed. Yeah. So I'm guessing they have, it's an app store, so they have to review what gets in there. And I'm guessing that they don't want to run into the problem of there's a bajillion AI generated things that it's like coming in as a like a torrent, and then they just cannot keep up with the review process. So they're saying, yeah, look, there we go. Submissions or changes having low quality AI generated or AI assisted code are not allowed. So they tried to do the more precise thing before, which is we don't want slop. But then I think they realized that the problem is that if you say that you don't want slop, now you have to gauge what is slop and what is not. And if you make a mistake and you reject something that you assumed was slop that is not slop, which by the way, in any case, what is slop or not is not objective. It's still up to debate. People will have like a different bar for quality that they want to a different cutoff point where they will say, okay, starting from here it's slop. But then regardless, if you make a mistake, now it's a problem. And so they instead in the end got with the easier rule to enforce, which is just no AI period. That is essentially also why we have no, that is wrong. I would say that is one reason why we have a hard no AI rule as well. Like it just needs to be something that you can enforce without having to like. But essentially, you could argue that this rule here, the one that they deleted, it's almost like not having the rule at all. It's almost like not having a rule because, uh, of course, you want to reject crap, right? Regardless of the nature, like regardless whether the crap came in because the AI made it crap or because you made it crap yourself, organically or whatever other reason, you just always want to reject absolute crap. Uh, but the problem is that if you need to find a system that helps you manage the influx of stuff coming in, this is the only sensible rule to have. Like it's either this or nothing. On Hacker News, you always find people saying, "Man, but why do you do this? That is so dumb. You should have a rule that says no slop." But man, no slop does not help in practice at all. Like maybe it makes you happier, you from your home sitting in your armchair, pontificating on what it is that everybody else should do. But when you're down in the trenches, this helps you. This does not. This does not help you. Exceptions may be granted for mature, well-maintained projects. Interesting. There you go. There you go. Okay. Cool. Thank you for sharing. I often don't review the code. Oh. The presence on the project and the level to which I've broken tasks now manually. I see. Well, I get it. If you super micromanage the thing, then the need lowers. Still, sus behavior. Well, I'll say one thing in defense. I'll say one thing in defense of Rocco Rager. Think of it as of what Rocco Rager said. Think of it as a lukewarm defense. It's not like a lukewarm steelman or something. For example, I'm receiving occasionally patches to the fuzzer, the AFL, either the AFL package in all your code base, and sometimes also to Zig AFL kit, which is a package that I've made from the Rock people, from Brandon mainly. And I don't review his patches to this stuff. I know that they are users, they use it, and and I merged enough patches that all never had any problem in a row that now I just don't even review it anymore. I prefer not reviewing it and then potentially having to deal with somebody opening an issue that something broke because of APR that I merged. So I don't know, not looking at PRs is sus behavior. What I am doing is definitely sus behavior, and I'm admitting to it. But I would not be ecstatic, right? If somebody said, "Oh, I have this project that you use, and guess what? I don't read PRs when I merge them. That is sus behavior." I get it. But yeah, I guess it's a judgment call that you have to make. I will say that there are varying degrees, though, in which you can do this, right? I think that if we think of, one project in particular that comes to mind, where definitely they are not doing any kind of review, like, and not even, they don't even have a remote chance of actually doing a review of what they're shipping. And that stuff is infrastructure that is exposed to the internet. That seems a bad idea. In a project that already had plenty of bugs and crashes of all kinds, that seems a bad idea. I felt a burnout at work using the AI and waiting. Probably more productive, but way less engaged. Yeah, I'm guessing it's also the context switching, because the context switching for me hurts a lot. I hate doing context switching, And there you essentially have a reason to constantly be in context switching mode. You're like going all in with async in a sense, and yeah, that is heavy on your cognitive capabilities. Like it, or at least it is for me. I'm like I like first person shooters because you know it's one perspective, one gun at a time, and you just click heads. I've played RTSs in the past, a real time strategy like StarCraft, Warcraft, Age of Empires, um, and I've never been good. Like that already is enough to really stress me out. I remember when I used to play ranked, well not ranked, well yeah, like I think it is called ranked. Yeah, ranked single player StarCraft, like a 1v1 in StarCraft. That stressed the fuck out of me. I remember really feeling stressed as I pressed the queue up button because I knew that once I would get into a match, what was in front of me was like a lot of multitasking. Oof. I have two monitors. I don't really love them, uh, but I kind of have this need because I have the camera in the middle, and I have my streaming computer, and I have my computer with OBS. So I don't know. My needs are different than most people needs, I would say, though. I was kind of shocked to see Jared started writing Bun.js with Rust. You think Anthropic played a role to not use Zig? Um, Bun and Zig have a long story, and there has always been some cultural tension between the Zig project and Bun because Jared had always because Jared has a list of priorities that does not match really well our list of priorities. And sometimes it is in open disagreement. And at the same time, this is my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. But I remember still today perfectly when Jared first joined the Zig Discord server to ask help, to learn how to do things when getting his JavaScript runtime up and running, because he was a JavaScript developer who had zero or close to zero lower level programming experience, and he needed to learn all this stuff in order to implement a JavaScript runtime. So he was a very opinionated JavaScript user who didn't know anything about lower level programming, who essentially was learning, and which is perfect. I mean, you're not born knowing this stuff, and so you just learn as you do it. But then what happened is that Jared decided to get venture capital money, and as soon as he made Bun public, and now he had to be a CEO, and he couldn't spend his whole day writing code and learning as he was doing before. So my impression is that his growth when it came to learning how to do lower level programming was stunted, and that you I feel like you can tell that that is the DNA that he got into the project and the company. And so Bun has a lot of issues, had a lot of issues. So um, I would say that the Bun code base was never a particularly good Zig code base in that sense. And so ultimately, I would say that Jared never really got out of Zig all the utility that he could have gotten. And so I don't know. Now, after he went into just using AI to do most things, like even before, like they've been doing AI stuff for a while. Then Bun got acquired by Anthropic, and then after that, even though the Anthropic announcement said that the original Bun team would keep working on Bun, if you look at the comic history, you don't really see the Bun team contributing to Bun anymore. What you see is almost entirely Jared and Claude and Robobun and whatever the fuck is his LLM set up. So um, at that point, I don't know. At that point, I feel like the project was like kind of long gone and essentially lost into its own madness. So I don't know. I am not particularly hopeful that the Raspberry Write will be. I don't think that the Raspberry Write is going to be particularly good for Ban in on itself. But maybe that can be an opportunity for them to start taking correctness a little bit more seriously, because Ban has always had these stupid crashes that people experienced, and in the meantime, I feel like there was not a ton of effort being put into fixing those crashes from Ban. They were still pushing for new features and outrunning Dino, because they were still in competition, right, with Dino. I mean, technically they still are, but at this point, I feel like the Ban is mostly a piece of Anthropic infrastructure rather than the next Node.js. You can see also projects ripping it out, like YouTube DLP ripped Ban out. I don't know what other projects did, but that one does come to mind. So it is more complicated than that. There's a lot of things in it. Then at the same time, Jared seems to really be into agentic programming, and then they gave him essentially infinite tokens, and then they gave him, I guess, access to Mythos, which, by the way, I find the marketing from Anthropic to be so fucking cringe. Let's see if we can do this. Anthropic, right? Where is it? Making Claude a chemist. Okay, yeah, there we go. When AI builds itself, our internal data shows Claude is accelerating AI development, a possible path to recursive self-improvement, or AI autonomously building a more capable successor. It's happening faster than we thought, and implications deserve greater attention. I bet you, whenever this fucking thing comes out, ChatGPT 5.5 is going to be still better. And people are still going to prefer Opus 4.6 to 4.8 and also whatever this thing comes out. So I feel like Anthropic is like they're getting a little bit too much of an appreciation for the smell of their own farts. Some of it's fine and people are not going to be able to tell, but once you push past a certain threshold, everybody will know that you are a fart sniffer. So why am I saying this? I don't even remember. Oh, right. What importance might have had being acquired by Anthropic for Ban to be rewritten in Rust. So Jared likes agentic coding, gets infinite tokens, gets access to a good model, although not as good as these people are telling you should assume it is. Still, probably decent. And then just takes the plunge. I would say that there is certainly at least some Anthropic influence, because if you look at this Anthropic workflows, why can't this fucking website load? Okay, where's the ban mention? This is not the ban article. Ban. Oh, dynamic workflows. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what that dynamic workflow is. I don't care. But there we go. Look at here. So there's this new product, dynamic workflows, and then here, rewriting bun with dynamic workflows. An example of what dynamic workflows can unlock at scale is the recent rewrite of bun. Jared Sumner used dynamic workflows to port bun from Zig to Rust with 99.8% of the existing test suite passing, roughly 750,000 lines of Rust, and 11 days from first commit to merge, which, by the way, of these numbers, one is good, 11 days, I assume. 750,000 is not good because the Zig code base was what? 400,000, 500,000. So like the line the number of lines increased by a lot for really no good reason, but fine. And then test coverage, I guess it is approximated 100%. But still, there's a lot of crashes in Bun. So it's like basically this is saying that the port is almost as broken as the original. Sorry, almost is not the right word, because in a sense, by not being 100%, it means that it's a little bit more broken than the original. Anyway, sure, impressive, amazing. Well, so long story short, well, Jared did use this new feature that they are announcing now, this new product that they're announcing at Anthropic. Was the thing motivated entirely by this? Definitely not. Was there a overly excited manager whispering in Jared ears, like, you know, a overly excited product owner of this thing, like every day at the Anthropic offices, trying to having lunch with Jared and telling him about these amazing things that you can do with dynamic workflows, and that he should totally try his genius idea of porting everything to Rust, and it's totally going to be cool and amazing. And then Jared, you know, doing it afterwards. Yeah, I would not be surprised if that happened. So yeah, have you ever used LLM in any of your project? I do not do agentic coding. I've never done it. I'm not like inherently against it. I just, I don't know. That's not what I'm doing now. I'll look into it at some point. Not now. I'm not in a rush, because it's not like, oh, the people that have been doing this for longer, they're getting an edge over you because they learned. No, it's a fucking slot machine, man. Sure, there are obviously ways of doing it better and worse, and you need to understand what your role is in the new pipeline and whatnot. I'm confident that is something that I will be able to learn when the time comes, if I feel like it. So I'm not in a rush. I don't want to give money to these clowns, you know, just to try this thing. And so I would say that I would be more interested if it was easier to do this locally. I currently don't have a machine that has enough RAM to run a good model locally. So yeah, I would be interested if I could do this locally, but you know, while still having access to a good model, not a crappy one. I do use the chat bot interface. A while ago, I had a stream where I had an LLM do a first pass, like a first try at scaffolding some Objective-C code, because at the time I didn't even know Objective-C syntax. So I used those things to learn the basics of Objective-C, and then and then it turned out that whatever the LLM was writing was actually wrong. So I had to step in, and it's still wrong to this day. God damn it! That's all the audio engine stuff for people who were here. So yeah, I've done it. That's fine. I'm confident that in plenty of contexts, LLMs are fucking amazing. If I was still working in consultancy, I would 1000% make use of it. I would probably also hate my life, regardless of whether AI was there or not. But in that context, totally makes sense. For sure, no doubt. But that's not, that does not apply much to what I'm doing right now. So Do, 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 do. Motherfucker. This error is super fucking sus. And I only get it from Scripty. And I only get it from Scripty. That is interesting. That is really interesting. I'm guessing that it's on me. I think that this is a side effect of probably me reaching into my dependencies to fish out Scripty or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, let's look at the zone file. Do I have Scripty in here? I do have Scripty in there. So Zig, well, we can just normal Zig fetch. Yeah, there we go. Scripty. And now look at it. It's not going to complain anymore. Yeah, good. Okay, what are we doing wrong? Lots of things. We're doing lots of things wrong. Holy shit. Okay, so the Zine build script is a little bit complicated. So we might need a moment to get everything back and running. Easy changes all of those? Okay, we'll see. Let me just double check that I didn't miss out on anything from before. AI also works good if you have to implement foreign APIs. You can just wrap it into a module and let the AI take the hard part of figuring out the API. That is essentially what I was doing with the audio engine API, because it was literally writing Objective-C code to interface with the audio APIs of macOS. The LLM still fucked it up. But anyway. But anyway. I don't regret the experience though, because you know it's good to experiment a little bit occasionally. And also in the end, it did help me learn Objective C because I could see some examples of the patterns, like the whole delegate thing. I didn't know how delegates worked in Objective C. I had a vague idea of the design pattern of what a delegate is, but the specific way and the extent to which it is done in Objective C, that was unfamiliar. So ultimately, yeah, I got some value out of it. Still, uh, I don't know, just one way like another to kind of get acquainted with the system. Anyway, it's because you have two different hash versions of scripting inside the tree. Yes, but fork should override both of them. Should it not? I think it should. Okay, 371. Let's start with that one. Hello, Danik. Then install prefix. Well, fuck. Well, how are we doing this? Okay, so here's my use case. Inside the install prefix, I'm creating a releases directory. And then this is for when you're running Zig build release. And then we are setting all these artifacts to be output inside of that directory. And I'm guessing I'm going through the trouble of creating that directory, because if you don't, then this command will fail. So how are we doing this? I guess we can hope that this bad boy creates the path if it doesn't exist. Yeah, we can comment it out and see what happens. That being said, I'll tell you, I doubt that I went through the trouble of writing that line just for the sake of it. That is my suspicion. Anyway, find program, yeah, 725. I believe this is like this now. In arrow. Right. So that is because we depend on translate C. So we need to update translate C. Let's see what happens now. Oh, look, this list of problems is definitely shorter. Right, this does not return an error anymore. This is now or else. And then, oh, the three-seater package. Three-seater package has a problem and Zeit has a problem. But I'm confident that both these guys have done their homework and updated everything already, right? What could go wrong? So, GitHub, Neurosite. I think the package there is three-seater, but I think the dependency is flow syntax. Yeah. And then also Rocco Rager Zeit. Well, let's see what happens now. Hello, Jill Konix. Right, we're downloading all of three-seater. Is there any tool usable with Zig which can detect if a created pointer is invalid? I had an issue where when I accidentally created var q equals qi instead of const q ampersand qi, then I had to spend several hours to find this. So here you're copying a value out, and here you're referencing the element inside of an array. First of all, you should have a type mismatch, right, between these two, because for them to have the same type, you would have to be doing some funky shit, which maybe you are doing. I mean, I'm calling it funky because it's maybe not super duper common, but it's not that insane either. But you should have a type mismatch, right? So your first protection should be that you should be passing down Q, not ampersand Q. Then the second problem is that you are passing somewhere a pointer to a stack local variable. The question is, are you passing it down to a function that you're calling? If so, what you're doing is perfectly legal. If instead you are returning it, I believe that new Zig will prevent you from doing this. Like if you do this and then you straight up return %q, that is a compiler error in Zig, new Zig. Old Zig, no, but new Zig, yes. I can actually test this. Bad.zig. Oh shit, there was already bad. Holy shit, wait. We already have this stuff? Well, there you go. Here's an example of it. I mean, it's not a one-to-one, but it is already close enough. If you return ampersand local variable, that's a compiler error, straight up. So I think you either ignored or in any case, maybe you were unlucky because you just you know, you put the ampersand there without thinking much. You didn't read deeply into whatever error you got, and then you moved on, and there was a problem. But I was calling a method not returning a value. That is perfectly legal. I believe that's how IOQ's doubly linked list is used. In some contexts, yes. Yes, it is common to create a linked list on the stack where each node is in a different function frame, and then you go downwards in the sense that you keep calling into another thing. Um, that is legal. Like this, that is perfectly legal. Obviously, if your goal is to mutate whatever is inside queues, then yeah, this is bogus. This will not mutate the original. This will mutate a copy. But setting aside the fact that that might be legitimately what you want to do, um, this is legal. This is not wrong. It might be semantically wrong, but this is not like undefined behavior or like tooling can tell you about undefined behavior. You could have a linter that tells you that this is a bad idea, but it will return you a bajillion false positives in a code base that is complex enough. So I would say this one is more getting stuff semantically wrong than mechanically wrong, if you get what I mean. Okay, so we have some build root stuff, build root, and then Zig LSP. And then some more three-seater. So three-seater is three-seater is not cool. Zig fetch. Wait a second. Also, why is this complaining about the LSP? Wait a second. This is complaining about Zig LSP, but Zin does not use Zig LSP kit. It's one of the dependency that does. So that means that something else broke, like in Ziggy, maybe. I'm gonna do build test and then just build, because I think that build test does not build the LSP. Yeah, so this is fine. I mean, there's some printing, but it's fine. Zig1 build succeeds. Okay, so it's not this. Then it has to be super HTML. I do not understand how we could get an error inside of LSP kit, unless LSP kit is just a warning line. But no, I think yeah, no, it's not just a warning line. What is going on? Zig does not depend on LSP kit. Oh, it does. Why? I think I never made a Zine LSP proper. Well, whatever. We can just update it. Okay, we can fix our build routes, and then that leaves us with Zite and Three-Seater not being updated. We'll be able to do something about that, I guess, sooner than later. So how do we do this? Build.zig, build root. There. Oh, god damn it. Dot is unbound. Right. Um, it's not up. Oh, wait a second. It's Zig 1 version. It's not up yet. It's 812. I had to compile it from source. It's essentially tip of master branch right now. Um, so let me think about it for a moment. What do we do about this? Here's another trick that I could employ. I could fix these dependencies locally. Again, it's the same type of trick as modifying your local standard library. So that means that I'm not going to be able to push this, or rather, I guess I can still push it, and then it will just be an error for everybody who tries to download it. Um, but in any case, I can make it work locally. I guess the question is how widespread are these breakages in here, huh? How does add FMT work now? I don't even fucking know. Also, wait, is add FMT paths? Exclude path? Check. Oh, just like this? That was it? Well, the Zeit fix was super easy. Holy shit. Let's see the three-seater one. B.path from root. Is path from root the same as path list is a nicer API if you want to add more paths later. What's path list? Creates a list of files and or directories relative to the source root. Um, I'm confused. Isn't it this? Like, what's the difference? What's the difference? Expected consuate found lazy path. There we go. Here's the difference. Okay, we found the difference. Um, because we want to access this path, but somehow the root path is not accessible to us. Well, that's a problem. How do we do this? Yeah, not in this place, but I care about fixing this now. The site is not giving me any build error anymore. Maybe we can go back to it if it's logically wrong what I did, but um what do we do here? Hmm. Really been enjoying the Zig build system for some C++ projects lately. Such a better experience than the mess of CMake make configures local tool chains, Visual Studio, etc. Yeah. Yeah. Glad you're enjoying it. Welcome. Definitely. That being said, there has been um, Andrew has made some changes to the build system, improving a lot of things, but that also broke certain use cases. So basically, I think isn't the root path not observable anymore in the configure script? Um, hmm. Digby is also good for Seago. Oh yeah, I wrote a blog post about this. Actually, a couple, but only one is still up. And I also gave a talk on that subject. I went to Go Lab, which is a Go conference, and presented on it. B graph CWD relative path. Hey, Techatrix. No, this was. Fuck, I can't do it anymore. This was path from root, I think. So I'm looking for a not a lazy path, but an actual slice that represents a path from the root file. Well, the directory containing the root file, I guess. Who's using exists? Holy shit. Scanner CC query there. Well, no, it does make sense for the configure script to want to look at its own files. I think it totally makes sense. I'm No, I think it totally makes sense for the configure script to want to look at its own file. b.root.access. Oh, thank you. b.root. Right, you know what? I'm a moron. I knew that we had root. And I forgot. Sorry, is this with the same interface? It seems so. Thank you very much. Holy shit, that was a huge brain fart. I blame the fact that I'm streaming. Oh, there we go. There we go, we're building. I'm also surprised that my snapshot tests did not require any update. Yeah, well, flow syntax needs some more work. That is fine. And then three-seater needs some more work. Wait a second. Did I not fix this? Wait a second. Are we getting two versions of three-seater in this fucking tree? Bro. Oh, you know what? We totally are. We probably totally are because I think let me double check. I think that Super MD depends on flow syntax. It does not. This was an old execution. What do you mean by that? Oh no, wait. That's my line. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. Oh, you're right. It was from the previous compilation. Yeah. Okay, so this is the next thing to fix. Shouldn't be too bad. Oops. Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm not forgetting anything, right? That's what this should be. Yeah, there's probably a few other instances. I should grab for decals. Okay, what are we looking here? We're looking at just decal.name. Oh, wait. Okay. Codeberg links are moderated. Automod header and message for region, smart detection. Expired and not posted to chat. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your link in time. Can you post it again? Wait, what the fuck? This time it works? Bro, they're vibe coding the chat filter as well. Um, so if we loop over a constant array, either in line, wait, where are we? Oh, that's your code. Okay. Either in line 4 or 4, take a pointer, dereference the pointer because otherwise ampersand desk becomes an invalid pointer. That is correct. That is by definition that if you're not doing this, if you're not taking a so originally uh originally you didn't have to put the ampersand here because Zig would do that implicitly if it was necessary. You only had to put the star here, but then this was made explicit. So if you don't take a pointer from this thing, it is a copy. even if the value is comp time known. Uh, It is a good question. I guess the idea is that that's what semantically is for you as a user. So even if the compiler, even there would not be a need for it to be a copy, because it's comp time known, that is still what you mean when you accept an argument without without the star in front of it, essentially. So yeah, if you want to modify, I will say though, wait a second. All right, the problem is because you took a pointer from it afterwards, right? The problem is that you took a pointer from desk somewhere or something. I guess that would be here. Yeah. For this code to be correct, it has to be like this. Sorry, I don't have an opinion for the inline for, I don't know, like I guess I would need to read more and then maybe there's some nuanced detail that I'm not even aware of. But if you want to take a pointer from an element instead of an array, yeah, you have to do this. Correct. I think the language spec tells you that if you don't take a pointer, it's a copy semantically, regardless whether that's what's happening under the scenes or not, behind the scenes or not. Never mind, the language doesn't waste too many words on this stuff. Yeah, sorry, the language doesn't waste too many words on the semantics of capturing, it seems. Or maybe it does somewhere else. But in any case, when you capture, unless there's a star in front of it, you're capturing by copy. It's a comp time known copy. Maybe it would work if there was an explicit comp time %desk. But wait, I don't understand what your point is. The fact that it is comp time or not. What? Hey, Infinite Coder, thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome. I'm not sure I understand what you're implying by making this distinction. So the way I'm understanding this, which to be clear, I might totally be missing something, but the way I understand this code is that you want to somewhere pass around a pointer to this array element, and whether that's comp time or not, to do that correctly, this is the syntax. Because even if it is comp time known, then without the star, you're making a copy of it. Oh, your point is star const. Wait, you're saying that what you would want is to say, yes, look, this is a pointer, but I don't want to be able to modify what's on the other side. This is not C, this is Zig. So if your point is, I would like to reference something by pointer, but I also want to say up here. That the value pointed by this pointer should not be modifiable through this pointer, then yes, it would be nice to have star const, which I believe, currently do not support. I don't know if this was discussed in the past. Actually, I think that it is very likely that this was discussed in the past. I've passed around a pointer that I got from without star, expecting it to be a pointer and not a copy. Yeah, that can be a foot gun. Yeah, you need to know that captures are by copy, not by pointer, unless you explicitly ask for a pointer. You can kind of know this also because in Zig, Zig never takes a pointer from things unless you do that. Like, I believe that all the language features are designed so that you never pass something not by pointer and then the language implicitly takes a pointer from it. You always have to say that explicitly. Then that being said, if your capture is by copy, taking a pointer from the copy can be a foot gun if you return it, because you're returning a local variable. This is essentially the same thing that we saw earlier with the example that I showed from my test directory, except with extra steps. But it is not categorically wrong to take a pointer from a stuck local variable, because you could be, um, you know, capturing by copy and then pass down this value by pointer to a function that you're calling, but not with the intention of modifying state, just with the intention of passing it down temporarily, and then nobody saves that pointer. Calling this a copy instead of a capture, maybe. I'm actually not even sure how official is the capture terminology. I call them captures. I think I've seen them called captures, but yeah. But in any case, the golden rule is nothing is by pointer unless you manually take a pointer from it. Think about it. You never see in Zig stuff by pointer unless you put a star or a ampersand in front of it. Never. Ever. The only place where this was happening implicitly, in a sense, I guess it depends on how you want to see it, were for like for loops, but that also got changed. Anyway, good chat. Yeah. I can totally see this being something that you trip on the first time if you never really went through it before. I can totally see that. Do you get any feedback if you try to return a local pointer by mistake? Yes, you get a compile error, but it is not super sophisticated, so it catches obvious cases for now. So actually, let me do bat. Do I have bat? I have bat. There you go, with syntax highlighting. So here, foo is returning a pointer to a local buffer. And that fails and says a compilation fails and says returning address of expired local variable buff. You even see this in the language server, like the language server straight up tells you. The idea was to get a statically known const pointer for a comp time known item. So previously the loop was just a for. Yeah. Yes. But even in this case, the thing is, the capture like this without the star is a copy. Everything is a copy unless you either ask for a pointer, or when you're doing something like any type on the other end where you put the argument, so not on the parameter but on the argument. So basically when the function call happens, you do ampersand. I would say this is the golden rule to learn, and then you can use that to reason about these cases. I will though agree that it is easy to get this wrong the first times when you're not used to it, because you're not. This is different syntax. It's not telling you explicitly that you're creating a stack local variable, because you're not doing var item or const item, which in both cases would be stack local copy. But But yeah, the golden rule is Zig never takes pointers from things unless you do that explicitly in the code yourself. And I think that if you internalize this idea, then you can state with confidence, then this is not a pointer. In any case, now you know. I think I am actually surprised that there is no mention of this in the Landgraph. I suspect that it should be somewhere. But anyway, for now is fine. It's a bit odd. A copy of a statically known value is not statically known. Um, well, comp time nest does not interact with that. Yes. Well, I guess that is a good point. Um, a normal for loop. Well, sorry. I guess my point is, um, what were you trying to do that you were not able to do because of that loop variable not being statically known? Like, if your point is that you would want the capture to reference the original thing and not a separate copy, I would say that is a different, it's like orthogonal to the original value being comp time known or not. Because the problem is that that syntax means copy. So, like, I could have a statically known array, and this is, oh my god, what am I doing? And this is statically known. But then if I do this, who is now a copy? Yeah, this is comp time known, but this is still a copy. And I'm asking for it. And then maybe, in an optimized build, the copy will not really happen. And then you will essentially, like, I guess if you never take a pointer from this, and since it's constant, you can't modify it, then the compiler will optimize this out. And everywhere you say foo, it will essentially become a reference to the original guy. Uh, but in terms of language semantics, when you do that, you're requesting a copy. And that's what the capture is doing. Does inline 4 will promise that inline 4 will be a pointer instead? No, it does not. Um, it should not be a pointer without the star. So, sorry, I don't know much. I don't know enough about that execution context to know what's what this thing is trying to do. I guess what happens is that the inline 4, because it's an inline 4, where does it put these guys? Yeah, I don't know. I think that with regards to making taking a pointer from them valid when passing it down to node, this is the correct approach for sure. The inline for stuff, I'm not confident. Hell, the message for reason smart detection. Like, why does it hate you at times? It doesn't even hate you always. It hates you at times. Why? I fear that what you're observing right now is the same problem that I've experienced before, which is an infinite loop when trying to translate some header file. I think I reported this. Does this work? It does not. Author Christoph. Wait, am I Christoph on? Am I Christoph ID on this guy? Search. Hello. Oh wait, I can't. Well. Uh. Hmm. Hmm. So the only issue that I open in Translate C is this one. I guess I never opened a issue for the infinite loop that is sad, because that means that, well, that was never fixed if it was never reported. So what are we translating? C.H. What's in here? Wait, are you serious? This is infinite looping? Oh, fuck. Is it core foundation that's causing the infinite loop? Okay, out of curiosity, what if I commented this line as well? Are we looping forever again? Okay, we got into some other error, some other annoying error, of which I know there are a few in the code base. But okay, so this got us out of the infinite loop. But the infinite loop surprises me because I was able to import core services. Okay, this infinite loop is sussing me out. So I don't trust it. I absolutely do not trust it. Zig fetch. Let me just double check. Codework. We did update this already, right? Yes. I think we should do this. So we're pulling ROCC, which, by the way, contains the new test files that I've added when I've implemented this stuff. And let's add ROCC to the list of forks. Let's see what happens now. Will translate C fail to compile for some reason, or will it not loop forever? We're about to run translate C. Also, it builds it in the bug. Oh, one translate C succeeded. Damn. Now we're looping forever. That I'm starting to suspect that I'm blaming the wrong C header. I feel like I'm starting to suspect there is another C header somewhere else that gets imported that is causing this infinite loop that we're seeing here. I think. Also, by the way, are we eating RAM like crazy by any chance? Why is it showing stuff in 3 mode? I want the least. It doesn't seem that we're being particularly evil. That's other stuff. It doesn't seem that we're particularly. Oh shit! You know what happened? You know what happened? What happened is that it was not looping forever. It was just taking forever. In the past, I think I was right in saying that it was taking forever, but I think now it's just looping forever. Sorry, it was looping forever, but now I think it just takes a long time. Okay, let's have this on lazy run. Not gonna touch it for a while. Let's see if it reaches a conclusion. By the way, this is a debug build of the translate C executable. Um, we should probably at some point have a better executable than this one. You know, one that runs faster. If especially if it takes this long to pre-process a bunch of C files. I was watching yesterday's live only to find out you're also live right now. What's up? Hi, Chris. I don't know. Everything is good. How huge and awful are those C files? Who knows? I really don't know though. Like I'm kind of weirded out. Is this slow or is this stuck? The thing is, if it is a infinite loop, you see this thing here that like what you would expect is that this guy keeps eating memory forever. Which, by the way, it's what it is doing right now. It is eating a bunch of memory. That being said, and using 100% CPU. That being said, it's you can't know for sure. Maybe this is just correctly slurping up a bunch of header files, and that's just the game. You know what? LLDB. Um, oh no, I got rid of this. Wait, I did not get rid of this file. What happened to this file? Oh well. Um, process, attach, name, translate C. Have my password. Sure. Pro. Okay. We're in a mem set. Our stack is not even that deep. We really are not that deep. We are in the preprocessor. We're expanding a bunch of shit. You know what's happening? You know what's happening? It's just that a debug build I think is slow because we did correctly pull up core services. So I guess one question that is reasonable to ask at this point is am I doing it wrong? Yeah, I am doing it wrong. Let's do a release fast, baby. Fuck this. Wait a second. Is this not changing? Okay, let me double check how translate C works though. Um, is it translator in it? Okay, options. What are the options that we can pass in? So the reason why I did not hardcode this is because I assumed that this would end up modifying the way that the header is macro expanded, like whether the asserts are kept in or not, that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, but the point is, I now want to influence. Uh, I want to influence init inner. Translate C depth artifact translate C. Oh, oh, I get it. I get it. So we don't do this. This is left as is. But when we get the dependency, here we do dot optimize equals release fast. There we go. That is the right place. Watch me. Watch me. Oh. I expect now that we're going to recompile translate C in release fast. There we go. And now we're going to see what happens. You're the Zig guy. I am definitely a Zig guy. The Zig guy? I don't know. Depends on what you mean by the. Why don't why they don't allow ML code for the project? Um, we do not allow LLM contributions for the Zig compiler because of this reason. Check out this blog post. It explains the reasoning. Well, would you look at that? In release fast, it is instant at importing header files as it should. And yeah. How come you use Mac instead of something like Framework? Because Apple machines are good hardware. Not perfect, but they're good. I have a Linux machine. It is a virtual machine though. So when I do Linux stuff, I do Linux in my Linux virtual machine. And I also have a Windows computer. So I have macOS, I have Linux, and I have Windows. And I like being able to have all operating systems at my disposal, so that when I'm making applications that, when I make applications that I want my users to use, um, I can test it on all the platforms. Okay, so I don't want anybody to freak out, but it seems that we have succeeded. It seems that we went past translate C. It seems that we went past everything. The question is, did we? Well, we need to fix all the compiling errors, and then we need to see what happens when I think I have a bunch of workarounds in place. I have the hacks directory that contains um, essentially things that had regressed that I vendored. White Group, it's a copy of an implementation of this code from pre-IO stuff. While everything else you see here, core foundation.h, and then these guys up here, these are these are for woofs. So we're gonna see if we can undo this vendoring and start relying on Translate C to do everything. But that doesn't change the fact that we need to also fix our code. So dash error style minimal. With error style minimal, you don't get the giant invocation in the middle. So it makes error messages easier to see. Now you know. What are we working on today? I'm heading over to the Handmade Vancouver event right now. You are not? Are you serious? I'm looking forward to hear how it is. My recommendation is do not stress that you're part of this community. I'm saying this for you. I have this feeling that um, not everybody in there might appreciate it, especially because I heard that Casey is gonna be there as well. So don't stress the poor guy. Let him have his moment with his people, so he can talk about zero initialization, how good it is. Do not contradict him. Take in all the wisdom, and I don't know, try to have a good time. Yeah, it's either that or I misunderstood, and he's going to some kind of, I don't know, cosplay coffee cafe thing. So never mind. So look at my genius, and look at what MLAG destroyed. I have this main function that does not return errors, but inside of it, I want to use try. I want to use try for mainly for simple stuff that returns out of memory, because in this application we don't really have any fancy out of memory management. If we run out of memory, you just give up. It's a static site generator. It's not a kernel. It's not a terminal emulator. So, dude, if you don't have memory, if you can't afford to build your static website, then what do you want from me? In any case, running this thing shouldn't even take all that much memory. So, um, uh, you can update your Zydap. Oh, thank you. I will do that in a moment. So, what's happening here? What is happening is that even though we are using try down below here, well, maybe there is not a ton of try usage, but there is some. Here we go. There is one here. So thanks to that, I was able to say, well, there is try, but then there is this defer that acts as it maps these error codes to a no return function, meaning that this function can have the non-error return type, because we're essentially catching all errors in here. That is nice because it allows you to use try without having to do a outer run, outer main, and then main fallible, or main inner, or main impl, like having two separate function definitions, where the outer essentially wraps the inner function call into one global try. In a sense, this is like a more elegant version of that. The problem, though, is that if you do this kind of shit, like when you do this shit, it becomes kind of weird to define what the error set here should be. And so this thing was very brittle. Like the moment that you tried to map another error to something else, it would freak out and give you seemingly wrong error messages. So I'm sad to see this gone, but such is life. I'm gonna have a good time. I got a bunch of threads going. Nice. Could you return an empty error union there? Well, not having an error not having like returning U8 and returning an empty error union, sorry, an error union where the error set is empty, it's essentially the same thing, or rather, mm, at a high level, semantically speaking. Mechanically, probably there are differences. Uh, but yeah, in any case, what I was doing doesn't compile anymore because error defer cannot capture errors anymore. So now we're gonna do this. Fixing this function is easy. Catch um, fatal.oom. Easy. And I think this whole function now is okay. Problem is, I use this pattern a lot. And now you can see how the other locations also are reporting the same thing. So let's go into debug. So here's how I'm gonna do it. I think here I'm gonna use a different approach. Actually, it's essentially this guy. So there we go. To scan content there. Oh man, look at these tries. There's a bajillion of those guys in here. We definitely need an outer inner function. Well, there we go. How many tries do we have in here? Wait. Don't tell me there is not a single try. I'm gonna delete it and see if I get a complaint. There was not a single try. I guess maybe I had them at some point and then they turn into catches, and so that thing was not necessary anymore. Okay, template. What can I say? What can I say except you're welcome? So here there's a few, not too many, but I'm still gonna do outer inner. Do. Okay. Next, release. These are all the CLI commands. So how many tries do we have in here? Just one. Okay. Serve. I expected worse. There you go. So how many tries? None. Crazy. Don't try and catch. I was try catching. Oh yeah. Thank you. Oh, please tell me that this does anybody know if Matt fixed this? Please tell me that he did. Linux Watcher, macOS Watcher, Windows Watcher. Okay. Linux Watcher. As I said, I love that pattern, so I used it a bunch. Yeah, there you go. There's here one. There's here one. Um, I would restructure it this way. Oh, but I don't have error control flow anymore if I do it this way. Never mind. Okay, you know what? We are doing the outer inner thing again. Right. Do init inner. If Matt fixed it, he's my hero. He is 100% my hero if he fixed it. Absolute legend. Oh, you know what I forgot to do a bunch of times actually? Add a error set here. That is a problem. That is a problemo. Okay. Oh, release is fine. That's what we just did. Serve is fine. Template. This needs this. Build. Oh, whatever. We're gonna fix the other ones once we get there. Okay, macOS and Windows Watcher. macOS Watcher. Vitaloom. How many tries? Just one. What do you know? Doom. What? C.zig. File exists in modules C built-ins and C built-ins 0. Bro. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Let me fix these other problems here. This is so annoying. Did I fix this? I think I did. So what do we have next? Windows Watcher. Yeah, same as before. Oh, by the way, this is the smarter way of doing this. Check this out. There you go. But I think this is over now. This is going insane over the C stuff, and it's not even giving me good errors anymore. So let me fix these errors first. Page. Yeah, look at this. Okay, how many are the first? Sorry, how many tries are we covering with that bad boy? Not even one. Oh no, one. There you go. Wow. Let's see this guy. There's a try here. There's a try here. Okay. It's annoying to put a wrapper on this stupid function. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'll add catches to these guys. So this is one, and this is the other one. Not the best, not the worst. Worker. Rape. Okay, so Matt did not fix it. That is sad. Okay, this function definitely has its good share of tries, so definitely. Mm, what does it not like about what I'm doing? Function call, arguments, catch error, switch case, fatal loom, function, function renamed. What is the problem? Oh, that there is another instance of these. Okay, fair. And there is not even a single error try in here, apparently. Huh. There's another one here. Here's the tries. That's fine. Oh, no, he might have touched on this stuff between releases. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any more visibility on compile errors, or maybe there is none anymore. I doubt it, but yeah. So now we're going insane over stupid C imports, bro. What do you want from me? File existing module C built-ins 0 and C built-ins non-zero. Files must belong to only one module. This fucking sucks. And I know what is causing this, or actually, I strongly suspect Watch me go into the build script and then set up release step. Watch me comment this out. Can I ask a big question 3 to 5 minutes long? Is this how long it takes you to ask the question? Or is this your estimate of the answer? I would say that if you have such an accurate estimate of the answer, maybe you already know the answer to your question. If that is genuinely how long it takes you to ask the question, whoa, now I'm curious to know what the question is. In general, I would say, yes, please ask the question. Don't ask for permission to ask the question, just ask it. Although I do understand that if it takes you 5 minutes, that is a non insignificant investment of energy. So in that case, I guess I get asking first. And I was wrong. This is not what is causing the error. God damn it. What is causing the error? Okay, so first of all, does SuperMD use Translate C? I think the answer is yes. Okay. The second question is it the same version? Yes. Then what's inside c.zig? My good question. I named my header file c.h. So I'm assuming that this is the translated c.h file. Yeah, this is the translated c.h file. This is called c.h. Oh, wait, I mean zine here. Wait, supermd. Let's translate C. It is up to date. What's in c.h? Other stuff. Um, Out of curiosity, let me try this. Will this cause any change by any chance? What do you know? Load. How many try are we covering? Only one? Okay, now there's a bajillion other problems. Expected type void found error out of memory in worker. Okay, so there's another try in workers that I didn't cover. Line threads equals. Oh man, what is going on now? Zeit union declared here, not parameter here, blah blah blah, no field name decals. Okay, I'm assuming that you fix this stuff. Let's see, Zig fetch. The is it in a branch? Der Teufel, or is it already merged? Is it merged? Okay. Wow, that is very efficient. Ziggy parser. Comp time dereference requires type to have a well-defined layout. Comp time dereference requires type to have a well-defined layout. Trying to reference in no return? No, not at all. DV stands for default value. So what's happening is that there is some metaprogramming code that is setting somewhere, in a type that you pass in an instance of a type that you pass in, the default value of a field that was not present, or something along those lines. And it is in comtime-ish code because we're inside an inline 4. Either that or I'm fucking something up. Maybe something has changed. I don't know, because this says the reference requires type, a type of type. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe something has the type of something has changed, and then the semantics of everything got kind of bored. Guess we'll see. So what are we doing here? Field names, field attributes. We take the default file pointer, or the default value pointer. Oh, there's default value. Maybe that's what I should be using. But I'm not using it because... Oh no, never mind. Or null, so we could do that. Okay, let me try to change this code using the other API. You're trying to dereference any opaque. No. Oh. Oh no. You know what happened? As I was renaming stuff, I think at some point I renamed this like a variable to type, and then I didn't realize that this is what I did. I think this is supposed to be yeah, okay, this is supposed to be field type. Okay. This is me fucking up the rename. That's on me. I might have done this shit also somewhere else. This was like a series of unfortunate accidents with me using variable renaming features in the editor. Okay, let's see what's going on. Extracted type build found an error. So there's a try that I missed instead of build.zig. Or a few. Couple tries there, and that's it. Okay, so that's what I missed. Then variant, catch error, switch error, expected error union type found void, 231. That is the problem. Uh-huh. Let's rerun the build so that I don't get confused. Man, I was going for some hardcore recursion there. Sorry, I'm doing the build manually, even though I'm doing watch because I just don't want to get confused by error delimiters. Since the errors are kind of weird now, that's on me. Let's see, release. Literal not a function. Yeah, that is sad. Missing start field version. macOS Watcher. Wait, what do you mean missing start field version? Since when is this a thing? Wait, what? Missing start field, retain release copy description. Note struct declared here. Bro, I don't know. Why am I not getting default values for these guys? Because it seemed that I was fine with it before. Hmm. How do you like this, huh? Expected Zeit instant source found IO. Oh no, the interface has changed again. Okay, let's go. You know what? Also, good point. This should not be undefined, right? This should be a cd mem zero init or zeros, zero init. Wait, what the fuck is going on? Is it zeros? Um, am I going insane? No, I think I'm pressing the right button. It's just not showing up. Yeah, okay. It's just not providing suggestions. Okay. Um. Okay, daytime 33. Oh wait, is this saying that? So this doesn't want IO anymore? Like, okay, I don't know what's going on. From a value specified by source. Um, so it doesn't want IO anymore. So I guess I have to pass it something that means something like Zite.now. That would be nice, right? If this worked. I'm doing it blind. I'm just YOLOing it to see if Rocket Ranger happened to implement it the way I said. No. Never mind. This is not correct. Okay, let's look at the PR. Oh, so the source is something like .now. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. So this is something like this. Something like this. Probably not that, but something like that. Huh. Uh, I just generally have no idea what the fuck to do with the time zone parameter there. That's just what I did. Okay. Oh, and Zeit UTC. So I got this right, by the way. For well, not exactly first try, but almost. Okay. Is it Zeit UTC that we want to pass in? I guess. Well, we'll see. I guess. Okay, so we are essentially now hitting new CBOR errors that we couldn't see before. God damn it, man. Why? I hope that I didn't fuck up this one and that I correctly did plus equals. I have a I'm starting to worry that I assigned instead of adding, but well, hopefully I didn't fuck that up. Oh, holy cow! We built. We successfully built. Whoa! Let's take a look at the workarounds. So macOS Watcher. Oh yeah, we're C importing. We're not using the hack, the core foundation hack anymore. So that succeeded. That is awesome. So I can do rm source slash hacks core foundation. So this works. And it also ran tests and it passed all the tests. So that's good. That is so far so good, delightful. Um, we have also woofs workarounds. Let's see if we can get rid of those. So woofs.zig, I am assuming near the top. There's some Windows definitions. Where are we using woofs? Wait, where are we doing woofs? Here we're doing import woofs. The build script probably. Import woofs. Now I'm confused. In the build script probably. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there is something happening in there. I'm just forgetting exactly what is the shape of this stuff. Underscore woofs is the implementation. And then woofs is the create module. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so these should be commented out, because these should become both implementation and header translation. But I think that if I do it like this is gonna fail. Unless I fork translate C. I think I need to fork translate C because the woofs package is using no module name woofs. Oh, I guess there's other places where we're doing this. Wait, what's going on? Okay, where are we? In build. So yeah, zinxz add import woofs module impl. Oh, woofs. Okay, so this should be it. But I expect this still to fail because we need to fix the woofs, the all your code base woofs package, I think. We're running translate C. We're also linking. Linking is taking forever. What is going on here? Okay, and then it fails. With signal bus. But this is not the end of it, because we have the WUS package. Let's take a look if there's any pending PR, just to make sure. So GitHub, all your code base, repositories, woofs. I don't know why it just didn't type woofs in there. No issues, no PRs. Okay, nobody seems to be worried about this except me. That is fine, I guess. So git status. Let's look at the build script. We do, oh man, whoa. We're doing b.add translate c. We are doing b.add translate c. That is terrible. So we need to do stuff. Also, these guys need to have different names because otherwise they collide, which sucks. Does the README mention any of this stuff? Okay. Oh, although you know what? No, this sucks. Never mind. I don't want to do this because this is gonna fuck up the artifact name, which we don't want. What do we want to do next? So I want to be free. No. Zig fetch codeberg translate C. Then I want to go into the build script and use it. And use it like this. Translator, dependency translate C, release fast. T translator source file is going to be this. Target optimize. Yes. Then I think it's, then how do you add that module like this? No, fuck. No, this might be too complicated of a project. Do I even have? Oh man, I don't have that thing. Fuck. Fuck, I don't have translate C either. Either module. So but I thought there was a something. No, I think wasn't it t.mod? I think it was mod at some point. Well, you know what? No, but I do care about this fucking module. Okay, let me check what's in translate C. But wait, this is it? Right, it's a field. Yeah. Output file, mod is a module. Okay, so that means, but we need to have something like add module, right? Wait, add module. Oh my god, I'm dreaming it. And t.mod is just a normal build module, right? So how do you expose a build module? T.mod. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Okay, I guess we don't do this anymore. Who cares? And we make woofs. And then we say add C source file for sure. Target optimize, blah, blah, blah. And then we do woofs dot what is it? Add import. No, we don't add import. Yeah, that was it. Okay, this is it. It's t dot what was it? Output file. There you go. I think there's way too much stuff named woofs at this point. But the good news is that we can go. Okay, we need to close some stuff. So you close, you close. Where are we here? Whoops. Okay, you close. We keep that one open. You go away. In Zin, we do quark equals woofs. Let's see if things improve with our woofs. No module name helpers available within module woofs. So that means that the source file generated by Translate C imports a module named helpers that we don't have access to. God damn it. This use case is being made harder by changes in Translate C. So, how do we make helpers available to our module at this point? I think, an idiot. Yeah, I should use the module itself instead of using doing create module. Yeah, I am definitely an idiot. So in build.zig, we don't do this. There you go. That's how you do it, right? Actually, no, this is wrong. This is wrong, I believe, because I don't know, maybe Zig build will run. But the problem is that these are create options while that one is a module. So we cannot use b.add module. We essentially want to like do what this implementation is doing. There is no, I have a module in my hand, please publish it, API for it. Although, you know what, I would argue that that would not be a bad API. I think that would be an improvement over the current API, probably. But we don't have that. So Yeah. But here's what we can do. We don't need, do we need to publish this module? Yeah, we do need to publish this module. Fuck. How are you supposed to publish the module that you receive from translator? Because translator, I believe, does not publish the module for you, right? So this calls init inner. I would be surprised if this guy, um yeah, no, this calls create module. This does not call add module. I mean, understandably, tcconf cbuiltins tcconf helpers. Yeah, you really want the module, not the source file. But at the same time, bro, you need to let me publish it. You need to let me publish it. Hmm. Where's tcconf? This is the tcconf. Oh, so these are modules that are exposed by TranslateC. Okay, so I guess that's how we can do it. We might be using APIs that are not public or like they're not stable. I mean, nothing is stable at this point, but I guess it could be worse. It's essentially this. Oh, I guess this should do it. It built. We did it. Let me do a Zig build without test. I want to build I want to build the executable, the main executable proper. Oh no. The magic cursor stuff doesn't work if you go on a further line. That is said. Can we build Zine proper? Yeah, we can. And it seems to work. Huh. So that is good. Okay, let me close a few things. So this is the wolf stuff, git status. Whoops. Okay. I don't know why I run GP again. So we're good. So what does this mean for Zine? It means that we can fetch new wolves and we can remove it from the forks and we still build. And then we can go into our build script. This was not commented out. So it means that we can, in theory, build releases. This should cause a failure on Windows. Well, actually, this is gonna complain because we are not on a tagged commit, so that is okay. Another thing that we can improve is that we are nuking the snapshot tests every time we run the build command, which sucks. And that is because the delete file step was removed. But I asked Andrew, I pointed out to Andrew that that it would be nice to have this feature built in, considering that is key for snapshot testing. So he mentioned that he was going to add it back to the update file step. So let's see if we can do it now. If we can just add it at the end, you're right. I don't know. I just didn't think it through, I guess. So I want to test my testing and then I want to test my releases. So uh so let's make this good. How does this work? We make the snapshot path and then we need a step clean, I guess. And clean is b.add update source files. What do you put in this bad boy? Oh, creates a step for writing data to path relative to the build route, mutating project source files. This build step was designed not to be used during the normal build process, but rather as a utility to run by a developer with the intention of update source files, which will then be connected to version control. Yes. Oh, there we go. Example use case is snapshot testing. That's me. So that means that we have that in here we have what we need or not. God damn it. Never mind. It's missing the lead step. This needs to have support for deletion. Uh, embeds, copies. So what does this mean for us? Well, it means that no, we cannot get rid of this hack because we missed the ability to delete files. I could make my own executable that deletes files at runtime, so you just invoke it to delete these files. But I don't want to because it's a, I mean, it's a temporary hack. Temporary hack for temporary hack. Might as well keep this shit here. And in a sense, these being more annoying than the other solution makes it more likely that I'm gonna upgrade to the right thing when the time comes, rather than just leave it there in an imperfect state forever. Okay, so snapshot testing stays how it is. Next is um, releases. So let me nuke some files. Although maybe before I delete them, I should test that they build correctly for all my targets. So you know what? Before I delete these files, I'm going to make a commit. And in this commit, so Zig1 build test. Oh, wait, I have a bunch of forks still also. So you know what? We need to fix this fork situation. So what are we doing here? Updated scripty, updated that thing. Okay, so git status GA. Also, wait a second. I cannot start from this guy. I have to start from. Okay, let's start from scripty. Scripty should be fine though. Okay, then Ziggy. Fix that minor mistake that I made. So that means that I can GC amend. Also, what's in the zone file? Although that should not matter. I think we can leave the more lax requirements. So yeah, we're good. GC amend. Git push, maybe force if it's necessary. Then in Zine, we do zig fetch scripty for good measure. Ziggy old. Yes. Then what is the next fork that we get rid of? Super HTML. Git pull. This guy seems fine. So this guy is okay. So now we can do super MD. Fetch super HTML. Fetch scripty. Does it depend on Ziggy? I think it does depend on Ziggy for the front matter, right? Yeah, it does. This depends on Ziggy old. Oh, there we go. Zig build fails because the doc gen script, right? I think I'm fine with leaving these as is, and then this is just for my personal use in Zine. So It's fine for this to be like this. I have a moment of doubt though for Ziggy. Do we build? Because I think we build tested correctly. Do we also build correctly? Yeah. Okay, we're good. Okay, back to Super MD. So I think this is it. Zone file. Yeah. Uh, we didn't do anything, right? That might cause differences between the newest and the slightly older. No, I think this is fine. So, but you know what? I'm gonna update it anyway because here we depend on translate C, so we do want to be more precise. Oh god, I mean that is the wrong version. Okay, so Super General is gone, Scripty is gone, Super MD is gone. I don't know why I did the thing there. Just for curiosity, fetch. I updated Ziggy. Did I update Super HTML? Yes. So that means that this should work, except it matched two arrow packages. And now it complains. Why? Why am I experiencing this now, especially? Did I? Oh, is it a translate C thing? Did I forget to update translate C in here? Or is my usage of translate C wrong? No, I'm doing the release fast thing. So zig fetch Codeberg translate C. That is up to date. Is this not up to date? It is up to date. There's nobody else who's using translate C. Two different versions of arrow in the tree. But again, how am I? I can only have two versions of arrow in the tree if I have two versions of translate C in the tree because I don't depend on arrow directly, and I'm overriding them. Like the override should override both. But also, I just have no clue as to who is doing this stuff. Although I guess I could do it by grepping for these strings. I guess. Zine has translate C. Super MD has translate C. Scripty doesn't. Ziggy doesn't. I don't know who else might have translate C. LSP Kit doesn't. Scripty doesn't. Woofs does. Good point. Woofs does. Yeah. Woofs seems like the most likely curl pit. But it is up to date. Translate C is going to be, let's see, Q underscore boov. Boovwe. Boovwe. So this guy has Bubue. Zin has Bubue. Super MD has Bubue. So the Bubue is the right one. Um, mm, I don't get it. Yeah, but what am I supposed to search? What am I supposed to grab for? This thing here? I guess this will point at a translate C package. Uh, no, this is rib grab. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Again, this fucking problem. Where is it? Is this a zone file not mentioning itself? No, it is in there. Okay, what is going on? What is going on? Also, why is this version 000? This one says that it's 1.0. Oh, you're right. It's not Buo. It's Buo. Oh no. They they all disagree. Oh, but you know what? I might have some garbage in here. Let me go up one level. Oh no, but I cannot nuke. I cannot nuke if I nuke Zig package. All the temporary fixes that I did to flow syntax are gone. I mean, I could be more surgical about it, I guess. I could just nuke translate C. Okay, so we have two contenders. One is Buui, the good one, and the other one is Buo. This is the bad guy. So who the fuck has this as a dependency? Two different versions of SuperMD. Why do I have two versions of SuperMD? Is it because for some reason Zig is picking up also the stale versions of these packages? Now there's only one SuperMD. And now there's only one SuperMD. So what is going on here? My SuperMD is not updated. Oh, you know what? You might be right. That might be it. So let's do Super HTML first. Oh, there you go. I probably forgot to do a couple of fetches here. Yeah, that probably explains some of the cringiness. Okay, found the issue. So, for good measure, update script as well, and update Ziggy old. But I think I did those, so we're good. Okay, so that is that. In the end, that was what I forgot to do. Okay, so in this state, we can do Zig1 build test, which will recreate the snapshot tests successfully. The fact that Translate C is a tool that you want to make optimized builds of, but also doesn't get cached in a global cache, that is annoying. That is pretty annoying. Oh, uh, of course. Translate C doesn't have yet the latest and greatest from ROCC. Okay, so next, I guess we commit and we see if how our releases go. It is expected for the Windows build to fail because the Windows Watcher is broken right now. So, but the rest should work in theory. Um, yeah. So let's do it. So git, you know, git add everything. GC work in progress. Tag list. Where's 0.11.2? Should we call it 0.11.3? And this is probably more like 0.12. Although so far we know this is a patch release because we did not change any of the APIs. So like you shouldn't worry about your website. So let's see if we can release now. Good catch. Oh fuck. God damn it. We need to rerun tests, otherwise we're gonna nuke every single time we nuke the snapshot test. Eh. You're joking. No, you're not joking. It's because I committed. Oh god damn it. Yeah, it's fine. Hopefully I didn't corrupt my test, but it should be fine. This shouldn't feature any change in my snapshot tests. Yeah, this is just a giant precompile header file. What is it? Is it S for stats? F for files? I don't fucking know. Whatever, it's fine. Um, so now we can run release. Git tag missing? How do you delete a tag? Oh, you can do dash F. Okay, let's go. Now the releases are happening. So this is now going to build for a bunch of other systems. Let's see if it all plays out as it should, or if we shit ourselves in the process. Because the problem is that Translate C has to macro expand, um, well, has to pre-process header files differently depending on the target and the architecture, like all the details of the target. So, if any of these targets has a bug in the Translate C implementation, then we're fucked. Which is why I have not yet deleted all the stale woofs files. Okay, so we're building the three-seater stuff. I see an error. Ouch. Wait, did I really do R64 FreeBSD? No space left. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Have a ginormous Zig cache probably. Okay, let's try again. I'm also wondering if maybe doing release small for three-seater would be preferable to release fast. But I do think that I do think that maybe it is not the right approach to make them object files and then compile them separately and then link them at the end. I think it might be more optimal to make them modules. Although, I mean, even if you make them modules, then well, what is it going to happen? They're going to become object files and then they're going to be linked at the end. So, yeah, yeah. I'm just annoyed at the fact that three-seater grammars take so much space, man. Zine is like 100 megabytes big, and like 4 megabytes are Zine proper, and everything else is just three-seater, which should not be that big. Hey, T2SD, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. Uh, I am doing. I'm zigging. I'm working with the Zig programming language. I am right now in the process of building my static site generator, and I'm cross compiling it for a bunch of targets. I have a command in the build script that allows me to make releases. I am testing this because Zig has recently changed the way that we depend on C header files, and we have regressions. There is no easy way to say this, but we do have regressions. And because we were relying on Clang previously for parsing C header files and then translating those into Zig. I mean, we were doing the work to translate into Zig. Clang did not, but Clang did do the pre-processing and then the parsing. And now we are using we dropped our dependency on Clang for this use case. So now um, importing header files in Zig means that you use our own custom built preprocessor and C parser. Uh, and that has caused a few regressions. So I'm essentially testing how we're doing in this regard for the use case of my static site generator. And I don't know, for people that have noticed, we have some errors up here. The errors in the Windows case are expected. That's on me. That is an implementation that has regressed. But this one is not okay. No module name C available within module root. Oh, you know what? I guess that might be me. I think this might be in the build script. There's a line missing in the build script. This one is Windows. You know what? So far, so good. There's no dupe Z. Okay, so far so good. All the errors that I'm seeing up until now are mine. This one for FreeBSD, I have no idea what's going on. Dupe Sentinel, yeah, you're right. I don't know what's going on with the FreeBSD one though. Wait, Arch64 FreeBSD complains about an undefined symbol. Oh, okay. And okay, I was about to say, and the x86 one does not. What the heck? But no, okay. At least they're consistent. So our release work did not go particularly well, but I think that we can make things better. So let's go import that C module that we're missing. Um, so where do we start from? Build script. Add import C. We want to do this In our release step, here's our imports, and we are totally missing C. Only required for FreeBSD lower than 15. Zin release, link system library, I notify. But apparently now we're getting this error no matter what. Like, I have no clue what's going on with FreeBSD. Okay, let's see if we fix some stuff at least. Is the Zig team planning to release a roadmap video with every major version, like roadmap 2027? Um, yes and no. We do not release major versions. We only release minor and patch version changes. So our major version is 0. Like the latest Zig is 0.16. The next one is going to be 0.17. And that's the minor version and changes. Nitpicking aside, yes, we do tend to release a roadmap video every year. So last year we released roadmap 2026, pointing out essentially what we plan to work on for 2026. So this year we should make a roadmap 2027 video. And the spoiler is that the idea is to do this as a talk. So Andrew should give a talk in like a couple months from now, and that talk will essentially be the roadmap 2027 or something along those lines. I mean, the talk will definitely be, you know what? No, I think we should do a separate video anyway. I mean, the talk will definitely touch upon those points, but I think that we should probably do a separate video in any case. So yes, we do plan to do that. We've done it for the last few years. Sometimes things how can I say go. Sometimes you forget to do things, right? So I'm not promising that we are 1 bajillion% going to do things this way every year, but yeah. Oh fuck, we don't even have t.mode in here. Oh, 200,000 log for an SSG, quite a lot. Hello, I can tell you that the reason why there are those many lines of code probably is because I have vendored some header file translations. And that is a temporary workaround. Zin is definitely not these many lines. If you have the ability to do so, look at source/hacks. So you want to exclude these files. All the files inside hacks you want to exclude because these are temporary workarounds for regressions in the C header importing system. And come on, man. Like this file alone is 30,000 lines. So do the count without those files. What are we doing next? Right, we need to I guess we want to pass translate C down. This is actually how you want to sort this, I think. So we want to copy this, and then we want to find the setup releases part. You want to pass B, you want to pass release. You want to pass version, and I think you want to pass also translate C. Which we don't have because we create down below. Okay, so we need to move this above here. At least that part. This part can stay down here. And we also want to copy it. Go and set up release step. And for each target, options, translator, just capture from outer scope. Scope? What the heck? Oh, for target. Okay. Is it a module? It is not a module. It's a dependency. Okay. So here we have the translator, and this is the r.mod. Okay, let's see if we are doing any better now. This should, at the very least, unbreak the macOS builds. Those should work. I would expect also the Linux builds to work. Oh, we already have a fatal. What the heck? God damn it, man. What is going on? Fatal error. Core foundation.h not found. Because I'm missing something in macOS? I have another fork. I have another switch of that kind with the macOS stuff. Oh, crap. Yeah, we're doing a lot more in here. I'm gonna paste it next to the old stuff to see, just to quickly gauge the difference. So here we're doing the list dependency stuff. Or else return. Yeah, this is a better approach. Then we have, yeah, include frameworks lib, core services. Then we have T add include path T mod. Oh. We're doing things also to the translator, which makes sense. So let's get rid of this. Although we do want target optimize. Okay. If it is any better. We're instantly in core foundation.h not found. That sucks. That sucks. Why is this happening? Oh, wait. Because this needs to happen. Does this need to happen before we add the C import by any chance? Seems weird to me, but I don't think this is it. Yeah, it's not. Oh, of course. Wait. So we only want to import this guy if we are in macOS. We don't care about this import if we're not on macOS. We don't want it. It doesn't exist if we're not on macOS. obviously. And that actually we could see it here. We were seeing, wait, I'm trying to build for Windows, and then you want me to get core foundation, but there's no core foundation on Windows. So obviously that goes there. Essentially, I forgot briefly that I was uh, wrongly importing that module in a non-conditional manner because I was still messing around with it because this stuff has been broken for a while. So who even is running Xenon R64 Windows? I don't know, man. Look, don't kink shame, okay? Some people have they like what they like, okay? It's their prerogative. So let them enjoy um, that. So FreeBSD is failing. Okay, let's see what happened in the end. Build summary. Install FreeBSD failed because we failed to compile. FreeBSD failed. Windows failed. Okay, so it seems that Linux and macOS have succeeded. FreeBSD fails because of those undefined symbols, which I have no idea how to fix. FreeBSD is not Linux, so I use Linux Watcher. I don't use Linux Watcher for those. What makes you think that I use Linux Watcher? On FreeBSD, I believe we use macOS Watcher. Or wait, maybe I'm wrong. Wait, no, you're right. What the fuck is the iNotify shit? iNotify is Linux. Yeah, you're right. The symbols are for Linux. Wait, why? Okay, let's go investigate. But here's the funny thing. If you look at the build script, that is a PR that emerged, by the way, from somebody. But here's the thing. They have this. It seems that FreeBSD has iNotify. It seems that FreeBSD has the iNotify API. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't think the macOS Watcher is okay. I'm wrong. For some reason, I thought that I was using KQ, but we're not using KQ. The macOS Watcher uses macOS APIs. So maybe you're targeting all FreeBSD by default. It could be. It could be. How do you target newer FreeBSD though? I've never done it myself, so I don't know what the way of doing that. In our releases, we do that. How do we specify our releases? CPUTR OS version field. OS version mean. All right. Dot somewhere, and then it contains. Is there like builder? Yeah. So we could do parse. Or do we have defaults? Of course we don't have defaults in here. But okay, major, minor, patch. Let's see if this makes any difference. All right, fuck. Hmm. Okay, the FreeBSD is not stuff is not instantly shitting itself. Although we did fail at linking earlier, so there's that. Windows is gone. That's fine. Yeah, since we're specifying the FreeBSD version, I guess um we need to wait for the full build to happen while Windows shits itself. That's fine. Hey Mahar, I tried incremental build recently and one word, wow. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not able yet to really use that much on my end because it's Arch64, which is lagging a little bit behind. As usual, Linux, x86 64 Linux is the first platform that makes progress. But man, it's getting close and holy shit, it's going to be good. By the way, it's working. Setting the minimum version to 15 correctly makes linking succeed as it should. So man, this is delightful. So far, delightful. Boom. And we're towering. Hell yeah. Windows is the only platform that doesn't build. And at the same time, uh, it's not because of other regressions. It's my fault. Or rather, it's because the standard library has changed. Then we lost a bunch of definitions. And now those need to be updated. But holy shit. We are back in business. We are definitely back in business. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick break because I need to go to the bathroom. I need to pee. It's been a long stream. Was it 4 hours? More than 4 hours. So I'm gonna take a bathroom break. We can take a stab at solving this. My plan is to look at so Neurosite has a watcher library that he made. So I'm guessing in there he has the definitions that I'm missing. So I can steal maybe some code from there, and yeah, and so we fix Windows, and we will have restored completely all the regressions that we experienced in Zine because of the recent changes in Zig. Can you try to give me your interpretation of no hidden control flow? What does that mean in Zig terms? It is very simple. No hidden control flow means that you cannot override operators like plus, minus, divide, multiply. In other languages, all these things can be overridden. So you can do A plus B, but maybe the type of A has overridden what it means to do plus, and maybe that plus operation internally downloads something from the internet. So it turns out that you write A plus B, but the implementation does a lot more work than what a simple addition would be. It's a powerful feature. If you're using a higher level programming language, it's pretty cool to be able to, succinctly express, override these operators so that you can succinctly express arbitrarily complex ideas. But on the other hand, if you are a lower level programming language where it is important that you understand that you can, maybe not all the time, but you can reasonably easy map a piece of code to what the expected assembly output should be, or the expected like disassembly output should be, then you don't want the plus to be able to turn into arbitrarily complex stuff, because it means that when you are reading a piece of code, and again, the point is, if you're doing Python, you don't give a fuck what's behind the plus. If you're doing Zig, chances are that you care about the performance characteristics of what's going on. So you will have a different perspective when you read the code. Different things will matter more to you than when you're doing Python, for example. So the idea is that in Zig, when you see A plus B, you know that that is going to be an integer, a float addition. It's not going to be anything insane. If you're reading a piece of C++ code, you have no fucking clue, because in C++ you can override operators, even though C++ is technically a lower level programming language, but they allow you to do arbitrarily weird abstractions. So that is one thing. Another related thing is macros. You can, in languages like C and C++ and Rust, you can have macros. Macros can do weird things. So, although, you know what, macros are related to this, but maybe are not the most important thing. I take this back. So the number one thing would be operator overload. The second thing would be distractors. So in languages like Rust and C++, you have this concept of distractors. So when you implement a type, a class, or whatever they call it, you can define a function, a cleanup function for that type, and then the compiler will automatically run that distractor when, for example, a local variable runs out of scope. There's a bunch of rules. Or whenever a reference counted pointer goes all the way down to 0. What is the problem with this? Well, the problem is that that is yet another piece of code that runs, but there is no visible marker in the code where that code will run. So you have a variable that exists and runs out of scope. When it runs out of scope, the distractor should run, but that is not written in the code. That is hidden control flow. You call into a function that could even fail, throw exceptions. I don't know, whatever the fuck you can do. You can do weird stuff in C++, even in distractors. I think everybody considers that to be bad practice, but then it's a thing that you can do, so people do it, and they produce even weirder behavior. But in any case, you have this function that is called, and it's not in the code. The idea is that in Zig, you can do a lot of local reasoning with your code. So you see a piece of code, you don't have to think of it in adversarial ways. Like, you don't have to worry about somebody swapping out a multiply with a network call. You don't have to worry about distractors silently, invisibly running at the end of every scope. So you can add scopes, just to organize your function in a nice manner. You can even create scopes to limit the lexical lifetime of a variable, so that it's easier to understand a function that maybe it's a little bit long. It's not immediately, it's not like 10 lines, something longer than that. You subdivide it into multiple scopes, but it is for your convenience, for the convenience of understanding the code. By adding or removing scopes, you are not going to change where the distractor runs, potentially introducing bugs or changing performance of your program in surprising manners, in surprising ways. That is what no hidden control flow means. And with this, I'll go to the restroom. If you have a rebuttal to my explanation, I really want to come back. So I see it. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's see. So I guess now here the control flow has a little bit of leeway in Zigland because I opened Compiler Explorer in the default Zig template one day. I was surprised to find a full-on panic handler. JO and JMP instructions for what is a simple multiply operations. I don't mean to poke around and be like, hey, the control flow, but it stuck me a little odd that I see control flow instructions. Um, these operations like multiply and addition, when you compile in debug or release safe mode, so debug is, I mean, that's self-explanatory. Release safe is an optimized build that keeps runtime checks active. So, like, if you overflow or if you index out of bounds a slice or an array, those will trigger a panic. And they are defined to be this way in safe builds, in, well, I should say in checked builds, such as debug and release safe. Um, so that is part of the deal. Yeah, I agree that that is it does mean that a multiply will do a function call, but that is how they are defined. You know that in release safe builds, overflowing, going out of bounds will trigger a panic, while in unchecked builds, so like release fast, then there will be no code. There will be no machine code that deals with those cases. They are considered impossible, so it becomes essentially undefined behavior for you to overflow or index out of bounds. So in that case, you will not see any jump instruction. Okay, what do we need to do next? We need let's take a look at GitHub Neurosite. Let's take a look at Neurosite's file watcher, because I'm guessing he has a Windows backend. There we go. And he has a bunch of definitions that I'm going to steal. So allocator, Chrome time T, and then Sentinel. Any more dupe Z? No. Uh, can we run this? I think at this point we can run this, because I was about to say I don't expect other things to need to be built again, but apparently they do. So never mind. So we do Zig build and then we target Windows. And we need to fix the non-release case in the build script where we import the C dependency unconditionally, but that needs to become conditional here. There we go. By the way, what I did just now is not enough to make it work. That is for sure. So we're I'm just waiting to start getting build errors. That's what I'm hoping for. Whoa. No space left on the device? Come on, man. Okay. God damn it. Oh, maybe I should have just emptied my trash. Actually, let's first clear this. Yeah, I should also have emptied my trash. Ah, we good? Good. Okay, let's see if we can run it again. Okay, there we go. We are getting far. Error style minimal. Oh, okay, we have fails also inside of woofs. Oh, cool. Right. Delightful. Okay, so the overlap stuff. Uh, okay, that's good. Then we have the problem with page read only inside of woofs. I'm gonna another build. Kick off another build. What was it? Page read only. God damn it, man. Why don't we have page read only anymore? Uh, we need an older version of Ziggin. We need to go find page read only in there. Hmm. Let's see. Well, that's fine. Thanks for explaining. I guess my thinking is that knowing the control flow reads as an absolute guarantee rather than a ODE dependent one. Um, well, but it's something that you kind of you definitely do not want to protect the purity at the expense of just not having runtime, not having the possibility of having runtime checks that panic when you go out of bounds. Because at that point, it's like you're kind of like C at that point, which I think it sucks. You want the ability to turn off those checks and go full speed when you know it's where going out of bounds is not gonna be the end of the world. So like you're making a game, you want to have that be optimized at least in mostly. But then if you're making a web server or something that goes on the internet, you know, something that deals with critical information, you just don't. You probably don't want to turn off those checks. The irony wasn't lost on me. I end up in the spec trying to understand why a multiplayer was generating branches, which felt a little like exactly the landing page said it wouldn't do. Yeah, so that is what the language does. But the I guess the good news is that you as the user are not allowed to do that on your own. Uh, at least you have that. uh, but yeah. Okay, so we need page only. Um. Oh, dot local shares now. Okay, let's see how we're doing now. Windows Watcher has more windows overlapped? What the fuck? Why did I not see that? Generic read. God damn it, there's a generic read. Although, wait, I think we have the definition for it. Yeah. Oh, I bet you that we have definitions for all these bad boys. What? Oh, does it still exist? File flag backup semantics. And we're missing some functions. Also, what the fuck is that thing? Backup semantics. Oh, these became just numbers? I guess. Okay. Then get queue completion status. Infinite. Okay, maybe we're good. Get last error. Right. Get last error? No get last error? There is no current 32 get last error. There's another Windows Infinite. God damn it, man. Not the reason. What am I reading? Yeah, I went to up. Okay. So this one, and then no field name normal in Windows Bool. Who? So what's in kernel 32? Nothing. Holy shit. There's just nothing. There's no get last error. Um Redirectory changes W. It doesn't try to say what the error is. Okay. True. This is not the only truthy value. Comparisons against this value are always a bug. God damn it. Oh my god. Why are these people like this? And what is normal? What is normal? False? File action added. Oh. Uh-huh. Um, okay, I'm gonna copy this entire struct at this point. So redirectory changes. Oh shit, this is using W and not A. Um, no, Neurosat is using the W version of these functions. Well, I have A, so I'm good. Haha, don't need to touch that. That's good. Um, okay, let's see how we're doing now. Why can't I fail to close the handle? God damn. Okay, and then redirectory changes. Please, I think we are close to the conclusion of this delightful adventure. Or not. Getting closer though. 271. Again. Expected error union type found. Pointer to any opaque. Oh. What's it called? Wait, IO. This is endless. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I get it. I'm using different signatures and the arguments need to be updated, but god damn it. File notify change filter. Don't tell me there's a definition here for this bad boy. I don't get why all these definitions went away. They're useful, man. I suspect that this is going to be equal to false. You know what? I guess we can go in here. What's normal? False is the error condition. Everything else is normal. What do you know? Oh, we built successfully. We got there. Holy shit. We got there. Oh my god. Thank you. Finally. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we can run the release, and in theory, we should be able to build a full release and be happy. And be happy. Let's see. Let's see if it does happen. Success. Okay, let's see if we successfully build the releases now. There we go. Okay, so this works. Holy shit, we have successfully unregressed Zine. That is delightful. Now we need to have flow syntax to update to latest Zig, which is understandable that that has not happened yet because the new version of Zig with all those changes is not even out. At least I think. I actually don't know precisely when those changes were introduced, but so that needs to be updated. I don't remember if there was anything else. Maybe known folders. Translate C needs to get the new ROCC. But man, other than that, you know, it's just I guess the point is that it's just a matter of time. So I can go in source and I cannot delete all of hacks yet, but I can delete everything Wolves related. And then I wish we could also unregress the snapshot stuff. Okay, that was cool. So sorry, YouTube people, probably the thing pooped itself at some point. Uh, do. No, it seems that YouTube is fine at the end. Okay, so this is it. Success, incredible. I am truly amazed. I'm truly amazed. We're back in business. Zine is back in business. Well, almost there. But that means that I'm gonna cut a new release soon. As soon as these things unregress, I'm gonna cut a new release and publish it. Oh man, this is being so long. This has been in a broken state for like months, and I hated that. So I'm delighted that we have yeah, we're back in business, baby. Okay, thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I hope I don't know, you learned something. Well, at least when it comes to wrangling, regressions, and whatnot in Zig, you definitely got a good chunk of that. Yeah, well, check this out. Update Zine to latest Zig, see if anything unregressed. Contribute to translate, see if more is missing. Completed successfully. So I hope to